You're muted now.
Good morning. This is the weekend first appearance docket, and I am Judge Corbett. This is your first appearance hearing. A first appearance hearing is for three purposes and three purposes only. First, I will advise you of the charges against you and determine whether there are reasonable grounds to believe a crime has been committed and you are the person who committed the crime. Second, I will ask if you would like a lawyer to represent you. If you have already retained an attorney, let me know. If you would like to have your attorney present with you, we can defer this hearing to another day to allow your attorney the opportunity to be here. If you cannot afford an attorney and want an attorney appointed by the court, I will provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. When I say provisionally, that means you still have to qualify to receive the Public Defender's assistance, but the Public Defender will begin to represent you today. There's a $50 application fee for applying for Public Defender services. In certain instances, the court may require you to pay a reasonable value for those Public Defender services. The third purpose for this hearing is to review your bond status. In some cases, the bond set for you through bookend might be too high. In other cases, it might be too low. In some instances, it may be more appropriate to impose certain conditions of pretrial release. Throughout this proceeding, know each of you has the right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything you can say can be used against you in this regard. Know there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom here with me today, listening to everything that is being said, and everything you say is being recorded. So please, do not say anything about the crime itself. In the event I have a need to ask you questions, you may refuse to answer any question I ask. Finally, know you have the right to communicate with your family, friends, and with your attorney. Please keep these rights in mind as we go through this process. As your name is called, please step forward.
Your Honor, this is the interpreter this morning. Would you like the interpreter to go back and read in Spanish?
I would. Let's do your oath before we begin that.
Okay, yes.
One moment. Ma'am, please raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that you will truly and correctly translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English here today?
I do. Antonia Godinez, certified Spanish interpreter for the record.
Thank you. And do you have a copy of the script that I just read in English?
I do, Your Honor.
Very well. Please proceed with that.
Buenos días. Esta es su primera comparecencia. Primera comparecencia solo tiene tres propósitos. Primero, le voy a avisar los cargos que están en su contra y determinaré si hay motivos fundados para creer que se cometió un delito y que usted es la persona que cometió el delito. Segundo, le voy a preguntar si usted quiere abogado que lo represente. Si usted ya ha contratado abogado, hágamelo saber. Si usted quiere que yo le asigne la oficina del abogado de oficio, si usted ya tiene un abogado y quiere que esté presente, podemos continuar su caso para otro día para darle la oportunidad a que su abogado esté presente. Si usted no tiene los medios para contratar un abogado, se le podrá asignar uno provisionalmente de la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Cuando le digo que es provisionalmente, esto significa que usted aún tiene que calificar para recibir los servicios o la asistencia del abogado de oficio. Los abogados de oficio van a comenzar a representarlo hoy mismo. Hay una cuota de solicitud de $50 que tendrá para la solicitud del abogado de oficio. En ciertos casos, el juez pueda que después se va a determinar la fianza. En ciertos casos puede que la fianza en ciertos casos puede que tendrá que pagar un costo razonable o honorarios de servicio. El tercer propósito es determinar o revisar el estatus de la fianza, porque en ciertos casos la fianza que se figura ante el fichaje fue muy alta, en otros casos muy baja. En algunas ocasiones pueda que sea apropiado de imponer ciertas condiciones de libertad condicional. Durante este proceso, cada uno tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio. Si usted elige a no permanecer en silencio. Tengan en cuenta que todo lo que ustedes digan se puede usar en su contra. Hay un asistente de la fiscalía en la sala conmigo hoy, escuchando todo lo que se dice y todo está siendo grabado. Así que por favor no diga nada en cuanto a su caso. En caso que yo le haga alguna pregunta, usted puede rehusarse a contestar las preguntas. Y por último, quiero informarle que tiene el derecho de comunicarse con su familia, amistades y con su abogado. Por favor, tengan en mente estos derechos y que cuando llame su nombre, pasen al frente.
Thank you. Everyone, please stand.
Todos de pie, por favor.
Raise your right hand and answer out loud.
Alcen la mano derecha y respondan en voz alta.
Do you swear or affirm?
Juran y afirman. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'll let you finish.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ustedes juran y afirman que el testimonio que van a rendir hoy será la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Contesten en español en voz alta.
Sí.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All right. Answered yes, have a seat.
All right, if you answered yes, please sit. If you did not answer, please remain standing.
Si contestaron, sí, siéntense. Si no, permanezcan de pie.
The record reflects that everybody is seated and has answered. All right.
What happens today?
South County has the one
I
right.
think you just need to reschedule over Judge Hill.
Carver, you ready, SF?
I don't know what day.
Yes, this is Calvin Ross.
It's a
I
weird
don't know
one.
what day she does injunctions.
It's a weird one. That's why I told you. I'll let
It
you
was,
talk.
it was a return hearing.
I'll let you talk.
Mr. Ross,
Yeah, it was a return hearing.
you are charged with
So,
one count of resisting officer without violence.
Okay.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you today?
He didn't hear you.
No,
Can you repeat that, sir? Would you like to
No.
have a public defender appointed to represent you in this case?
yeah,
Yes. All right, I will
Uh-huh.
provisionally appoint to the public defender.
okay.
All right,
this is the one who's resisting.
Oh, this is Sanderson, Public Defender's Office for Mr. Ross. I do have a stipulation with the state regarding one of the counts. He's charged with 2 counts of resisting without violence. We have a stipulation that on one of those counts, there is no probable cause, and he should be released on his own recognizance on one of those charges because 2 officers in the same incident. And that's the only stipulation we have.
That's correct, Your Honor.
all right, thank you. We have a capias on another charge in this case.
This is an in-jail incident. This is add-on charge.
Okay.
These are add-on
All right,
charges.
very well. All right, I will accept the stipulation and release his own recognizance on the stipulated charge and find probable cause that he's committed the offense of resisting arrest without violence on the other offense, and as an M1, set a bond amount of $1,000. Be accepted and be officially appointed.
First one up, Cleveland. Dante Cleveland.
Mr. Cleveland, you are charged with the offenses of shooting a missile into a dwelling, a vehicle or building or an aircraft, and possession of a firearm by a minor. Would you like to have the public defender appointed for you on these charges? You're going to have to speak up.
Yes, no.
Yes, all right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender. All right, I've reviewed and I have found probable cause, and all right, does the state have anything to add on this case?
The state would ask for a $15,000 bond on the F2 and then the $1,000 bond on the M1. And then we'd ask for pretrial release conditions of no weapons, and no contact with the alleged victim.
All right, having found probable cause, I will set the bond amounts.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office, I would ask for a bond of $10,000. I know that on the bond schedule, it's discretionary what the court decides to set on that, but some judges do $10,000 on secondary felonies, and some do $15,000, and some do even higher than that. Because it's a juvenile, I would just ask for $10,000.
I'll set a $15,000 bond on that offense and $1,000 on the other offense with the conditions, so no firearms and no contact with the victims. Call-in date of pre-trial services on Fridays.
Xavion Dukes.
Yeah, if you want to make them like just say step to
All right, Mr. Dukes, you are charged with the offenses of attempted armed robbery with a firearm, aggravated battery with a firearm, and possession of a weapon or ammunition by a delinquent. Would you like to have the public defender appointed for you on these charges? You're going to have to speak up, sir.
I already have an attorney, I have a lawyer.
You have a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that private attorney here today?
He told me he should be.
Do we have counsel for Mr. Counsel here?
He's got, when it was a juvenile case, he had Mr. McMahon as his attorney, when it was on the juvenile side. I don't know if he's going to keep the case now that it's an adult case, but he did have Mark McMahon.
All right. Is Attorney McMahon here today? All right, sir, would you like me to provisionally appoint the public defender for this hearing today? It is not clear whether your private counsel is going to remain on your case now that it's in adult court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender for today, and you can at any point re-retain your private counsel in future proceedings. All right, having reviewed this. I'm going to find probable cause. What does the state have to say in terms of defenses?
Given the nature of the allegations, the state would ask for 20,000 per count. They're all F2s, so we'd ask for 20,000 per count. And then we'd ask for no weapons and no contact with the alleged victim as pretrial release conditions.
Kitty?
On the possession of the ammo weapon by delinquent, I would ask for a $10,000 bond on that. And I would ask for $15,000 on the other two charges.
A good 20,000 on each of the charges. No weapons as a condition. No contact with any of the victims. You're going to have, upon bond, you will have to contact pretrial services every Friday. Any other matters on this case?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Very well. You can step to the side, sir, and call the next case. You're excused, sir.
Normally, yeah, we can do Hardy County.
Normally Hardy, Highlands,
Okay.
it depends.
We'll begin with Hardy County. It's our first case.
Yes, ma'am. Hardy has one interpreter case.
One
That's going to be Jose Gonzalez Rubio.
All right. Mr. Rubio? All right, Mr. Rubio, you are charged with one count of petty theft.
Señor Rubio, ¿tiene usted un cargo que es un hurto menor, un cargo de hurto menor?
Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
¿Quiere usted que un abogado de oficio lo represente en este caso? No le oigo, responda en voz alta.
I can't.
Interpreter is unable to hear.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Not answering.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed on these charges, sir?
Señor, ¿quiere usted que le asigne un abogado de oficio?
You have to speak up. Yes, no.
Tiene que hablar fuerte.
Sir, you have, would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these
Señor.
charges?
¿Quiere usted que un abogado de oficio lo represente en este caso?
Yes, all right, I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on these charges.
Entonces yo le voy a asignar provisionalmente la oficina de abogado de oficio para que lo represente en este caso. Ok.
Okay, I will find that you, I find probable cause on this offense. What additional information does either party have to present to me on this case?
Encuentra un motivo fundado en este caso. ¿Qué información adicional tienen para esta persona? En este caso.
The state would have no objection to the $250 bond. We would just ask for a condition that he stay away from the alleged victim.
El Estado no tiene ninguna objeción a que se le imponga una fianza de $250 con la condición de que tiene que permanecer alejado de la víctima.
Okay.
Yes.
Sanderson, the Public Defender's Office. I just asked that that condition be a condition of the bond that the state was asking for.
En este caso, Sandra Smith pide que la condición sea una condición que vaya con la fianza. Es lo único que pido.
All right, I'm going to, bond condition of pretrial release of $250. No contact with the victim, no return to the event location. You're gonna have to check in with pretrial services immediately following this, your posting of the bond.
Muy bien, entonces voy a imponer una fianza de $250 que será condición de libertad condicional. Tendrá usted prohibido tener contacto con la víctima y tiene prohibido regresar al lugar de los hechos. Usted tiene que presentarse con los servicios de libertad condicional de inmediato después de salir a pagar la fianza.
Está bien.
That's fine.
All right, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
You may step aside, sir.
Puede pasar a un lado, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Anyone else from party?
That's the only interpreter case, ma'am.
Brendan Casey.
Your Honor, it's okay if you want to go ahead and do the South counties. I can wait. I've made no plans for this morning.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and wrap up those other two South counties then.
The party county.
Brendan.
If you want to put them up and call their names out at Hardy, call your last two.
I have Casey, Brendan Casey. Step around. Brendan Casey.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Pacey, would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to ask you, would there be a possibility, look, I have two small children and I'm the only one working. Would there be a possibility that I could be ROR'd? I'm the only one that's working and it's a really dire situation, ma'am.
All right, you're charged with battery, a second or
Yes, ma'am.
subsequent offense, and a traffic moving violation, driving with a suspended license.
Yes, ma'am. I was unaware that my license was
Don't
suspended.
talk to me about your case. I've provisionally appointed the public defender, and
Your Honor, the state would ask for the bonds to remain as they're currently set at $5,000 and $250. He does have a prior history. And then we'd ask for no contact with the alleged victim of the battery.
yeah, bond is gonna be $5,000 on both cases, unless the public defender has anything else to add. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Do you have anything to add?
only that he was requesting to be released on his own recognizance.
All right, that request is denied. Bond remains $5,000 on both offenses. No contact with the victim.
I'm sorry, the DWLSR is $250, so the state has no objection to the $250 on the DWLSR.
Yes, $250 bond on the driving with the license suspended. $5,000 on the other charge. You need to have no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol or no bars. Any other matters on this case?
No, ma'am.
Very well, you can step away, sir.
Hey, ma'am, on the Casey case, is it standard conditions on the no contact?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Christopher Hernandez.
You can just keep calling the next one.
Hernandez. Christopher Hernandez.
All right, sir, you're charged with resisting an officer with, or obstructing an officer without violence. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges? Sir, can you hear the court? Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes.
Yes. All right. I will provisionally appoint the public defender. Having reviewed these charges, I find probable cause. Does the state have anything to add in terms of bond?
No, ma'am, the state has no objection to the $1,000 bond that's currently set.
Right?
But that's fine.
All right. That will be $1,000 bond on this offense, standard conditions, and report immediately to pretrial services once bond is posted.
Standards of the Public Defender's Office, I would just object to pretrial release being added to this type of charge. I don't believe the state was asking for pretrial release.
I'm fine with straight bond.
All right. Very well. Straight bond. Anything else on this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. You can step aside, sir. I think that wraps up Hardy.
Yes, ma'am, that's it for Hardy, thank you.
Let's go on to South. Highlands, I'm sorry. All right, Highlands.
Yes, ma'am, Breen Crawford.
Crawford. All right, sir, you're charged with 1 count of misdemeanor petty theft. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I'll
Your Honor,
provisionally-
Your Honor, that's failure to appear for petty theft.
As failure to appear on a petty theft?
Yes.
Yes,
All right. I will provisionally appoint the public defender on these charges.
Your Honor, I was incarcerated in Hardin County.
Yep.
This is the last page we have for it.
Okay. We don't have, does the state have any other information on this?
No, ma'am, I think the KPS set the bond at $2,000, so we would just ask for that to remain the same, and then he can speak to his attorney and have that brought up in front of Judge Rittenhour if they wish to change anything on the KPS.
Public defender?
Yes, Standards of the Public Defender's Office. Unfortunately, all you can do is order the $2,000 because another judge set a capias, so the bond can't be anything other than $2,000 until his attorney can file a motion for a pretrial release or a lower bond.
Bond sets it at $2,000. Any other matters on
Not at
this
this point,
case? Well, you can step aside, sir.
Goldsmith.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of false ID given to a law enforcement officer, fraudulent impersonation, and 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without a valid license. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. I'll find probable cause. Anything else to add on this case?
No, ma'am, the state would have no objection to the bonds as currently set.
All right, the bond amounts that's currently set on these charges will remain in place unless the public defender has anything else to add.
No, she just needs to know what the bonds are, but I have nothing else to add.
Those amounts were $1,000 on the false identification charge and $250 on the operation of a motor vehicle charge, standard conditions otherwise. Anything else on this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, you may step aside.
Thank you.
Menzies.
All right. Sir, you're charged with possession of controlled substance without a prescription, resisting an officer with violence, and battery on a specified personnel. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on this case? All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. Any additional information in regards to this?
He's also got a violation of probation. Your Honor, it looks like it was a warrantless VOP. The state would have no objection to, let's see, we'd ask for $1,000 bond on each of the first 2 counts, and then on the third count, we'd ask for $5,000 bond, but then on the VOP, we would ask for that to remain at no bond.
Understood. Public defender?
No, I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, your bond amounts on the current new charges of the possession and the resisting officer are both $1,000. $2,000 on the battery, and but you are going to remain on no bond status because of the violation of probation offense. Any other matters on this
No.
case? All right, you can step aside.
I think. Tassine Reyes.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of petty theft in the first degree between $100 and $750. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Your Honor, this is another capious failure to appear.
Habeas failure to appear on those charges. Would you like to have a public defender?
Yes, Your Honor. If I might add, I was incarcerated in prison.
Nothing about the case, so you'll have to take that up with your counsel, sir.
I'm just saying for the failure to appear.
Anything to add on this?
No, ma'am, the habeas has a bond of $2,000, so we would just ask for that to remain the same, and then any other issues they can bring up in front of Judge Rittenhour.
Agreed.
Yes, Mr. Session, you can let your attorney know, but unfortunately today, the judge doesn't have the authority to change another judge's capious amount. So right now, it has to remain at $2,000.
Bond remains at $2,000. Any other matters on this case?
I'm sorry, can I say something real quick?
No,
Your Honor, did you appoint the public defender?
I did.
Yes, ma'am. Spencer. Morning.
Spencer. All right. Sir, you're charged with possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, manufacture and delivery of drug equipment and possession of intent to sell, manufacture, deliver a controlled Schedule 1 substance. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll provisionally appoint to the public defender.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I do have a probable cause challenge on all counts in this case. I would note since July of 2019, hemp has been legal, and so in every affidavit, they're supposed to list the THC content for cannabis. All they put down was field tested for the presence of marijuana, which is not enough for probable cause. They need to use the appropriate test that lists the THC content as being greater than 0.03% to indicate that it's cannabis as opposed to hemp. So I do have a challenge on all 3 of his charges because they're all related to that. There's no paragraph in the affidavit that's saying the THC content.
State.
Yeah. The state would agree the affidavit doesn't have the THC content in it, but he does have some admissions because it's got post Miranda. Spencer admitted to discarding the aforementioned individual baggies containing marijuana upon sight of law enforcement. Spencer also admitted to distributing the baggies to individuals. So the state would ask the court to find probable cause based on his admissions. In the alternative, we would ask for 24 hours to see if I can get an amended affidavit with the THC content.
Again, I mean, I don't know, he can say whatever he wants to the officer, but without the test showing it really is cannabis, it could be hemp that he was selling. I mean, we don't know without the actual adequate test showing what the THC content is.
I'll set this off for 24 hours.
Do we know why he's being held no bond?
He has no case.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll come back tomorrow on all 3 counts.
All right. You're going to remain in custody for the next 24 hours, and you'll come back to it before the court tomorrow to continue this hearing. You can step aside, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it at Highlands.
Thank you.
Kenna, you're up.
Do we have any-
Yes, our first one is Brown Malik.
All right, sir. You are charged with domestic violence, battery, touch, or strike. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. Found probable cause on this offense. State anything to add?
The state would ask for a $5,000 bond and no weapons and no contact with the alleged victim as pretrial release conditions.
Anything?
Yes, Sanderson, Public Defender's Office. My understanding is the alleged victim did not have any visible injuries and refused EMS. I would just ask if he could have a little bit lower bond than the 5,000. I would also ask, I believe it appears they both live at the same address, so I would ask that once he's released from jail, within 48 hours of his release, he'd be given one time with law enforcement to get his personal belongings out of the house.
All right. Bond's going to be set at $5,000. You are going to have no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars, but you will have 48 hours to return with law enforcement in order to obtain your belongings. Any other matters?
Nothing.
No, you're
Well, all right, you may step aside, sir.
Cologne Juan.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. This case is confusing because he's already been to court on some of these charges before, and the state amended the affidavit adding one more charge. And unfortunately, the jail, I guess, didn't understand it, and they booked him in again on these charges. So he's booked in on 1, 2, 3, looks like 5 charges right now. I'm not sure what they did. But the judge previously had given a $20,000 bond on one of the charges and $5,000 on the other. So it's my position we should only be here for 1 count of fleeing to lieu today, and I would just ask for that he get another $5,000 bond similar to what the other judge did at the last hearing. I would just ask that he be ROR with no probable cause being found for the 2 additional counts that they added onto the docket today, because he should only be here for 1 count, not 3.
So there's clarify from just a little bit more. There are a total of now how many open charges on this case? Because I have 3 on my list as well, but.
Right, I'm just looking at his booking
yeah.
information. He's booked in on 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like
6. Yeah.
It's confusing. But he should have only been here for 1 more count, not 3.
No, so it's a single new charge of felony fleeing to elude.
Yeah,
Yes,
in the same case. And
The other counts, he's currently on bond in all of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I think there were, in looking at the information, they added 1 count I think the other two, count one and count two, he's already been the first appearances on, and so I think he should just be here on one count of fleeing, which was the direct count that was added to the information.
All right.
It was confusing.
Yeah, it was. Thank you for that clarity, council. So I will,
Appointed on this. I didn't look.
Let's see.
I forgot to look for that. I forgot to look that up.
That's okay. 21, 1376.
I just looked.
There he is. There he is.
I'm just trying to figure out whether our office was appointed. I apologize. I didn't look this
I was
up.
about to ask.
I
that.
didn't look this up in advance.
So,
I tried to look stuff up in advance, but I
Yeah,
forgot.
he's appointed.
Thank you.
It's Ms. Stewart.
Terry Stewart, thank you.
Sir, the public defender has already been appointed for you on the other charges. Would you like the public defender to also be appointed on this charge as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Additionally do that. And in terms of the remaining count, what's the bond amount that you asked for again?
The state would ask for 5,000 on that count
As well.
and F3.
All right, I will set bond on that remaining new count at 5,000 with the conditions that were in effect on the prior bonds amounts as well. With this being additional open offenses, he'll remain on no bond.
Well, actually, Your Honor, those were the extra
It's all out
charges
of the same
he
incident, I
shouldn't be
think.
charged with. He's already got a bond of 5,000 on one of the fleeing eludes and 20,000 on the ag fleeing elude. He should not have been brought back for 3 more charges. He should have only been brought back for 1 charge. So
But
I'm
it's
asking-
not a new charge. It's not.
No, he's
I
already,
understand.
so I was asking for no probable cause and him to be released on his own reconnaissance on those other 2 charges because he's already been booked in on them previously.
I agree. Okay, I understand now. Thank you for that clarity as well. ROR on the other 2 counts and the 5,000 with the other conditions of bond remaining in effect.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step aside.
Holmes, Devon, Devon,
Yeah, Devon, yeah.
Can you repeat that last name?
Coombs.
Got it. All right, sir, you're here on violation of probation from Osceola, trafficking in stolen property. Would you like to have a public defender appointed in this case?
Your Honor, this is Osceola
Yes.
County.
I came to,
Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to talk. Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. This is an Osceola County case, so Polk County Public Defender cannot be appointed on this. On these type of cases, we usually just give a 1-week review hearing, which would probably be next Friday. I don't know what date that is, at 1 o'clock on the first appearance docket. That's all we can do on these cases because the court doesn't have jurisdiction to change anything from Osceola County.
All right.
excuse me, Your Honor.
We have that verbiage up at the top for WAO days when we bring them back on the next.
I think the 29th is next Friday, right?
All right.
28.
28th.
The 28th, okay.
So you're going to come back in a week on a hearing on the 28th. You're going to remain in custody on the Osceola charges.
I had a quick question. I came to my first appearance yesterday.
Sir, if you are going to talk about your case, you're going to need to talk about that with counsel.
No, this isn't about the case. Yesterday, this was supposed to be for a probable cause. Like, what is the cause for the violation? This was because I came yesterday and she said come today for this right here for a probable cause hearing. And what is the cause of the violation? I don't understand. That's what it was for. This is my second time coming today. So I assumed that this would be dropped because I'm not on Osceola probation. I don't understand. Yesterday, she said they had 24 hours or it would be dropped. You giving them another week?
Nobody let me know about this one.
Give us just a minute, sir.
He had a new charge here in Polk County for DWLSR. And they did a warrantless spot because of the new law violation. Let's see if he's on.
I'm on probation in Polk County. And they're together, so it should just be just one violation. That's what she was saying yesterday. She said they had 24 hours.
So you came to first appearances yesterday.
Yes.
I don't know if the clerk has any information, what happened to court yesterday, because I was not here yesterday.
What was the last name?
Oops. All right, if there's a violation of probation
He's
in
got-
Polk yesterday, I suspect that that's,
He has an Osceola case. He's being supervised in Polk. He's on probation in Polk and he's on probation in Osceola. He's being supervised in Polk, but he still has the Osceola case. And it looks like he's on probation until March 5th of 2028. So he does have an Osceola probation. So he's got to go back to Osceola and deal with that.
all right, sir, you're gonna have to remain in custody until that hearing on the Osceola case.
And I believe
The
it's
28th.
So do you find probable cause? That's what I'm asking, because yesterday she didn't find probable cause for them to violate me in both places, is what I'm saying. You find probable cause for that?
So, if he's on probation and commits a new law violation, it's a violation.
There's no probable cause to be found beyond what, that's gonna result in the release of your custody on the Osceola.
No, I'm not trying to get released. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the charges I'm supposed to get. I don't understand how I'm getting double. She didn't understand how I was getting double violated. It should just be one violation from Polk County. The Osceola County should not be there. Is what she was. I'm assuming. I don't really know because that was yesterday. She said they had 24 hours to find out.
He's on
What?
probation in both counties. He's got the warrantless VOP on both cases, both this Polk County case and his Osceola case, because he's on probation in both counties. He allegedly committed a new law violation that violates both probations. So he's got a VOP here, which I think they dealt with yesterday, and he's also going to have a VOP on the Osceola case because he's still under supervision, and he allegedly committed a new law violation.
I
Would they
just
not
didn't know
be-
if we had access to the actual first appearance order from yesterday to know what the judge yesterday decided, because I wouldn't know anything unless.
The note that I have from Ms. Burnett from yesterday is bring back for the warrantless VOP Osceola account. The judge wanted more information. Here's an attached DOC printout showing the charge. Don't know what else to give her, so we can step to that one. He's already being held no bond on the VOPs here in Polk. So Polk can notify Osceola to do a VOP warrant. But he's on probation in Osceola, so the state's position is that they can do a warrantless VOP on both cases. So, I mean, he's being held on the Polk one anyway, so.
Yeah, I wasn't looking to get out or anything. I just wanted to make sure that I just had one.
I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know what happened in court, and that's why, I mean.
Yeah, based on what the court has before it on these violation affidavits, you're gonna have to remain in custody on both until that hearing on, May
Well, I guess
28th.
if he's got the Polk County case, then they won't necessarily bring him back Friday until he deals with.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they're
He's
gonna
gotta
run it
deal-
together,
He's gotta
so.
deal with Polk first, and then before Osceola can come get him.
So he's in jail on Polk County matters.
But they're not before us this morning.
Right, that's,
Yeah, I think they dealt with the Polk stuff yesterday.
he would not need a status hearing then, it's confusing. If he's got local charges.
I don't report to Osceola County. I never have. I'm just saying that it's the same violation.
It's the same violation, but he's on probation in two different counties. He's being supervised in Polk. He's being supervised in Bartow, but he's on probation in Osceola County too. So the VOP can be on both cases.
Yes, and the VOP is gonna remain on a no bond until the resolution of the probation.
So, can I say something?
No,
Can
I
the vi-
understand the confusion, sir, but in terms of your violation and the affidavit, you're going to remain in custody.
And I still have the Osceola BOP as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other matters on this?
No, ma'am.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you. You can step aside.
Cotton Roberts,
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of all of his charges that he has before the court. I mean, obviously, if he doesn't know the charges, I would just ask if the bailiff could show him the charges. Also want to waive the reading of any special conditions of pretrial release that are usually announced on these type of charges. Usually, we just address them by number only.
Sir, are you already appointed on this?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's added all those.
Let me look. Let's see. Robert. Let's see. What case was this one? 6.
He has
Yes, Your Honor.
Steve Pinkett, yeah.
Yeah, we're already on this
You're already on
particular
this
case.
case.
Natalie Orpheus is attorney, so we've already been appointed. These are, I guess, additional add-on charges. I'm trying to find the first appearance order from the last court hearing to find out what the other judge did.
Sir, you've already been appointed the public defender on certain charges, and you have additional charges. Do you want a public defender to be appointed on those as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
So, yes, Your Honor, it looks like he came to court in front of Stamy on February 17th for similar charges of this nature. There was 13 counts of them, and he did the presumptive bond of $5,000 per count. And then I would just ask that whatever conditions of pretrial release he imposed on that day remain intact for the additional charges.
Your Honor, the state would agree to $5,000 per count on the new charges, and he had conditions 16, 21, or 16, 22, 22A, and 25 were the pretrial release conditions.
All right. So your counsel has waived the reading of the charges, and as to all of the additional counts, I will impose $5,000 bond on each of those, and all of the conditions that were in place on your bond as to the prior counts, including special conditions 16, 22, 22A, and 25 will remain in place. Any other matters on this case?
No, ma'am.
No.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Next is Coyne Christopher.
All right, sir, you're charged with 2 counts of petty theft. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
No, I have a lawyer.
You have a lawyer. Is your lawyer here today?
No. They didn't make a phone call. How is that legal? There's no way for my lawyer to know. Tom Grayjack is my lawyer. Someone will be sued. That's a promise.
Would you?
What?
If he has told Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, we could always continue the case for tomorrow for Mr. Grayjack to be.
No, I don't have time for that.
Sir, wait. I'm sorry, continue.
I'm sorry, if he wants his attorney present and his attorney didn't know about today, another option is to continue it for 24 hours for his attorney to know about it, or the court can go forward today without his attorney present. It's up to him whether he wants his attorney here today or not.
I don't care.
Sorry, you have 2 options. You can waive the presence of counsel today and proceed, or we can set this off for 24 hours so that you have an opportunity to get your counsel.
Waive.
All right, the record's going to reflect that you have opted to proceed without your counsel for the purposes of today's hearing. That I will find probable cause on the 2 counts. State, anything to add?
The state would have no objection to the $250 count, $250 bond for each count that's currently set.
All right. Do we have probation on this case?
Sir, wait.
You're not asking for 3 calls.
I would just ask for him to stay away from the event location as a condition of the bond.
Understood. Do we have an open probation on this case? That's what I'm asking.
Oh.
had just gotten put on probation. He had a hearing on May 12th. May 12th. Yes, ma'am, it looks like he just got put on probation May 12th.
All right. So as to the 2 counts, we'll go with a $250 bond and stay away from the event location. But you're going to remain in custody, sir, because you have an active probation.
So the state would ask for an in-standard warrant to be issued. It looks like it's CF 26-347 and CF 26-1464. So we would ask the court to issue in-standard warrants on both of those cases, given the new law violations.
I'll issue those as well. You're going to remain in custody, sir, on those probation violation cases. Anything else on this case?
Not at this point.
All right, you're excused.
We did come to this one, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think-
Darby, Stephen.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I did a stipulation with the state regarding this one charge. There's probable cause for a secondary misdemeanor driving license revoke, as there are no prior, 2 prior convictions are not listed in the 4 corners of the affidavit.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Just getting this one open. Can you repeat the first part of your sentence? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Can you just repeat? I was
Oh, I'm
getting this
sorry.
open. I was.
Okay. Sanderson Public Defender's Office, I have a stipulation with the state regarding the 1 count he's here for, that there's probable cause for a secondary misdemeanor as opposed to a third-degree felony, since there's no allegations of 2 prior convictions in the affidavit.
All right, and you're already appointed on this?
No, I just say this at the beginning, just.
Understood. All right, sir. You're charged with driving while license suspended or revoked, and would you like to have the public defender appointed on this case?
Yes, ma'am. And one other thing, I'm going to chemotherapy and I'd like to ask for ROR. I go to chemotherapy in Moffett.
I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender, and then based on the stipulation to the, that was a second-degree misdemeanor?
Yes,
Second-degree misdemeanor on this case, then we will ROR with the condition.
The state would ask for a $250 bond.
Yeah, $250 bond on your pretrial release.
And I would object to pretrial release on this type of case.
No pretrial on this.
Yeah, we can just do straight bond.
Straight bond?
Thank you.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your excuse, sir.
Your Honor, Glenn Johnny was combative and not brought up. Hazel, Daniel.
Are we resetting Mr. Glenn for tomorrow again?
We'll try tomorrow. He was to bring back to me yesterday, but it was different reasons yesterday, so
I just
guess
asked to
we'll try that tomorrow.
reset him tomorrow.
We'll reset him for tomorrow. Is our next case? Hazel? Mr. Hazel? Daniel Hazel, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery on a person over 65 years old. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on this case?
Would you like to have a public defender assigned to assist you, an attorney?
What?
Do you want an attorney?
If I want an
Do you
attorney,
want an attorney, yes or no?
but if I need one,
Do you want one?
Sir, we can appoint an attorney to represent you
yeah,
on these
if I
charges.
have
Would you
one,
like,
what's going on? What?
Sir, would you like to have an attorney appointed to
I can't
represent
hear
you?
you.
Do you want an attorney to be assigned to you?
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender. in this case, and I am going to find probable cause on the charges. State?
Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask for a $5,000 bond and no contact and no weapons as conditions.
Anything to add?
I didn't have time to look up history for people today, but I don't know if he has any prior record or not. If he did not have any prior record, I would ask for a lower bond of 1,000. It looks like they're both, it's a felony only because they're both over 65. And they've been, trying to find, they've been married for over 60 years, according to the affidavit. So I would just ask for a lower bond with pre-trial conditions and one time for him to go back to the house with law enforcement to get his personal belongings unless pre-trial release was able to get a hold of his wife and she wanted to have contact with him, because I don't get that information on Saturdays and Sundays, so I don't know if they got that or not.
Understood. All right. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. No weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars, and stay 500 feet away from the event location. You may return within 48 hours with law enforcement to obtain your things. Any other matters on this one?
No.
All right. You're excused, sir. Step aside.
What?
Over here.
Next up is Herndon Joshua.
All right, sir. You are charged with registration on criminal mischief of $1,000 or more and tampering in a felony third-degree proceeding. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender.
Your Honor, I think this is an order revoking pretrial release.
Yeah, all right, your pretrial release has been revoked, this is Parker, and you'll remain in custody on these charges. Anything else on this?
No.
This is not Parker, it's just a...
Just not Parker?
No, it's just a...
It's just a pre, okay.
He was, there's some allegations of how he violated his pretrial release, so it's, that's the reason.
All right, you still remain in custody on these charges at this time. Any other matters on this?
No.
All right, next case. Step away.
Isaac Jeremy.
At the appropriate time, Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, I do have a probable cause challenge on this charge.
All right. All right, sir, you are charged with one count of armed burglary with an assault or battery. Would you like the public defender to be appointed on this?
Yes, ma'am.
charge? I provisionally appoint the public defender. Go ahead.
He's charged with armed burglary with assault or battery, which is a life felony. However, when you read the police report, there's actually two different incidences. It's not all one incident at the same time, with assault and battery took place at the same time as a burglary. It's actually, it's broken up into two different scenarios. In the first incident, they, hold on a second, I had it figured out earlier. Okay. It's a long affidavit. It starts with the page where the second sentence the paragraph starts with the victim stated on May 17, 2026 at approximately 2200 hours. That's the first incident. He came to the house. She knew who he was, and she let him in to play darts with her even though she had to go to work. So he didn't trespass or even burglarize to get into the house. She voluntarily let him in the house. However, later things get out of hand, and darts are flying, and apparently some of them hit her. Allegedly, he throws darts at her, but he's again allowed in the house. So I don't say that's a burglary, but we now have an aggravated battery in the house, but not a burglary with a battery. Then later, it looks like he goes back to the house. she came back to the house and observed that he had damaged multiple rooms throughout the home. That would be the burglary, because no one was allowed to let him in at that time, or the dwelling, and maybe some other incidents as well. But they can't just lump them together and say, oh, we have an armed burglary battery when we have an aggravated battery here and then a burglary dwelling here. It's two different incidents, it's two different, it's just, it doesn't go together. That's my argument.
Steve?
Yeah, the state would agree. It looks like the alleged victim initially let him in with permission. They played darts for a while, and then she told him she had to go to work. Then I guess a lot of stuff went on. I mean, the state would argue that it's kind of inferred that when she told him several times that she had to go to work, that she was kind of withdrawing consent at that point because she had to leave to go to work. If the court doesn't find probable cause based on that, we would ask for 24 hours to get more information. I mean, the state's position is that it's kind of inferred that when she's telling him she's got to leave, that's kind of withdrawing consent, but then he still stays there.
In my position, unless she told him at some point that you need to get out of my house now, I don't know that those words were used, but it's just not clear enough for probable cause, even especially for this type of charge, for him to be charged with a life felony when she initially let him in the house. I don't
there for the
say
weekend.
anything, not say anything. Let him in the house, and then I don't see that she withdrew consent on that, other than she just wanted to get to work, and I just don't think it's very clear.
And there's a separate injunction violation in this as
Yes,
well.
ma'am. I think these are add-on charges, so he's already been to court on several other charges. It looks like there's an ag battery, false imprisonment, ag assault, grand theft, violation of injunction, and criminal mischief that's already come to first appearances, and this is just an add-on charge.
All right, let's set this off for 24 hours to get some clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll proceed. Your case is set off for 24 hours, sir. Thank you.
You know, what was the add-on, what was that charge today? What was the add-on charge?
Your charge is armed burglary with assault or battery.
Okay. I thought they said that yesterday.
Step aside, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Next, Marcus Traven was combated as well and not brought up.
I would just ask to reset tomorrow.
We'll reset that one for tomorrow.
Next up, we have is Mills Danny.
Anderson Public Defender's Office. This is one of these cases where they were both arrested. He and the alleged victim were both arrested in the same incident, and you'll be calling Sue Fournier later, but they're both arrested in the same incident. With he's got the DV battery prior conviction charge, and I believe Ms. Fournier has a charge of, I think it was just the DV battery. But they live at the same address, they're both arrested. In these type of cases where they're both arrested in the same incident, I always ask for straight pretrial release or for, very low bonds because they're both arrested in the same incident. And these type of charges is up to the state whether they go forward with them or not, but it's been my experience that a lot of these cases get dropped later on down the line. So I would ask for straight pretrial release. And I'm not appointed at this time.
Sir, you are charged with domestic violence battery, having a prior conviction. Would you like the public defender to be appointed for you on this case?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. State, do you have anything to add on this?
The state would ask for $2,500 bond. We would ask for pretrial release conditions of no contact and no weapons at this point, subject to modification at a later time.
Okay, I'm going to find probable cause, impose a $2,500 bond, and standard DV conditions. No contact with the victim, no weapons, no firearm, no alcohol or bars, and stay 5.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if one of them can live at the house because it's the same address.
Yeah, one of, with the priors, sir, you're gonna need to find somewhere else to stay. So stay 500 feet away from the event location, but within 48 hours, you can return to the location with law enforcement to get your personal belongings.
So you did grade 18. You did grade 18. You made a turn.
Yes.
Yes, I made one.
Anything else on this case? All right, you're excused, sir.
Thank you. Next is Paz Kevin.
The Assistant Defender's Office, I cannot represent him on this particular county case. I did want to waive the reading of the third-degree felony charge that he's here for out of Osceola County. That's for review hearing next week.
In the same state? Yes. All right, sir, you're here
Yes,
on an
ma'am.
Osceola charge. Would you like to have, you're gonna be set off for 1 week for a hearing. And we've waived the reading of the charge in that case. What's the hearing date? On the 28th, it will be your hearing on that. You'll remain in custody until then.
To the 28th? So I don't get no bail bond?
May 28th.
May 28th.
If Osceola hasn't come and picked him up. I mean,
You may get picked up before then, but until then, that'll be your hearing date.
Oh, okay.
Any other
Thank you.
All right, you can step away, sir.
Reese Ryan.
Senator Smith, Defender's Office. This case, I happen to know, we were appointed on this case yesterday, and it is being brought back today for probable cause challenge from yesterday. And I have not received any new affidavit from the state for probable cause to be found for today. So I would ask that no probable cause remain in effect and that he be ROR'd today, and we're already appointed.
And Your Honor, Ms. Burnett, who covered for our office yesterday, did email the officer requesting a supplemental affidavit, and I have not received any supplementals, so I don't have any objection to ROR at this point.
Sir, you are charged with 1 count of domestic violence, simple assault. Would you like the public defender to be appointed in this case?
We were appointed yesterday.
Oh, you were appointed yesterday, I'm sorry. You're provisionally appointed already, so. All right. Based on the concession of the state, we'll go with an ROR on this. No contact with the victim.
Well, actually, it's just an ROR.
Just a
You
straight ROR?
You can't order any
No.
conditions on an ROR. And I would ask that the no probable cause also remain in effect for this charge for him to be released on his own recognizance.
All right, you're ROR, no probable cause at this time.
Thank you.
Your court
Next
date,
is, oh, I'm sorry. Court date? 1 second.
your court date will be set in Lakeland.
It's
17 And your court date will be set in Lakeland.
June 17th at 9 a.m.
June 17th at 9 a.m. Yes, ma'am.
Wait.
Next is Snyder David.
All right, sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, resisting an officer without violence, 2 counts, and battery on a law enforcement officer. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. I will find probable cause on these charges state,
I think one of the resisting with, I think they booked him in on 2 counts of resisting without. It should be 1 count of resisting with and 1 count of resisting without, based on the affidavit.
That makes sense based on the statutory numbers.
So on, I don't have any objection to the bonds that are currently set, and then on the resisting with, we'd ask for a $5,000 bond, and then on the battery on law enforcement, we'd ask for a $5,000 bond.
I panicked. I'm sorry.
Sir, don't talk about your case. On the possession of drug paraphernalia, $1,000 bond, Possession of meth, $5,000 bond. Resisting without, no bond. Resisting with $5,000 bond. And battery on a law enforcement officer, $5,000 bond.
And I would just ask you to have a bond on every single charge. I thought I heard no bond at some point.
On the resisting with.
That would be, a standard bond is normally 5,000 for that.
All right. I think that was just a typo.
Same as the battery
Yeah,
alarm.
$5,000 on the resisting with and without. Any additional matters on this case?
No.
All right, you may step aside, sir.
What's the total?
Last is Washington.
I just wanted to clarify, are the bonds fine for this? You wanted 1,000 on repair, 5,000 on meth, 5,000 on resisting with,
And 5,000 straight down from there.
okay.
All right, sir, you're charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, possession with intent to sell, deliver, or manufacture cocaine, and resisting an officer without violence. Would you like a public defender to be appointed in this case?
Yeah.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. Looks like we have an extensive criminal history in this case, as well as another open case. State, what do you have? It's in pretrial.
Yes, sir. He's got, CF 245830 is open. I think he. I think he's on conditional release, because it looks like he was found incompetent. I don't know that he's been adjudicated incompetent. I think they're in the process of that, so maybe he's still on bond. We would ask for his bond in CF 245830 to be revoked, and be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State at this point. And then on the new law violations, on the possession with intent to sell, we would ask for a $10,000 bond, and then the other bonds to remain as previously said.
And that's 1,000, 5,000, 5,000, and 1,000?
Yes.
All right, sir, on your other charges with the offenses that you're already in pretrial on, I'm going to revoke that bond under Parker. Find probable cause on the new offenses. Bond is set for possession of drug paraphernalia at 1,000, possession of cannabis with intent to sell at 5,000, possession of cannabis over 20 grams at 5,000, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, deliver, or manufacture cocaine at 10,000, and
How do you know I intend to sell? I use cocaine.
at 1,000.
I wasn't nothing intend to sell.
You don't speak to me.
The police lying, y'all.
You're, nothing about your case. Those are your bond amounts. Anything else to add?
Nothing from the state.
All right. Your excuse, sir. I did revoke.
And no pretrial inventory. You put no conditions on the
Yeah, just the bond amounts. Set everything at south.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all we have at South County.
All right, moving on to central.
The Spanish?
Begin with the Spanish cases.
First one for Spanish is gonna be Jose Acosta.
Acosta.
José Acosta,
Sandra Smith, Flight Defender's Office. I do have a stipulation with the state regarding one of the charges.
Sandra Smith, de la oficina del abogado de oficio, tengo una estipulación con la fiscalía en cuanto a uno de los cargos.
The stipulation is that on one of the two counts of failing to obtain department permit in compliance with the law, there is no probable cause, and he should be releasing his own recognizance on one of those two charges.
La estipulación consiste de que en uno de los cargos de no haber obtenido el permiso apropiado, él debería de ser liberado bajo palabra, puesto que no hay motivo fundado.
And that's correct, Ron.
All right, sir, you are charged with 2 counts of failing to obtain a department permit and comply with the law, and 1 count of violation of Polk County burn ban.
Señor, tiene usted 2 cargos de no haber obtenido el permiso del departamento para cumplir con la ley y un cargo de violación de la prohibición de quemas de Polk County.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed on these charges?
¿Usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio en estos cargos?
Tengo uno privado.
I have a private attorney.
You have a private attorney. Is your private attorney here today?
Si es que usted tiene abogado privado, ¿su abogado está presente hoy?
No.
No.
We can proceed 2 ways. Would you like this to be set off since you have a chance to speak with your attorney? We can wait and set this off for a day to do that.
Usted podemos proceder de 2 formas. Usted puede postergar este caso para que tenga usted la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado y podemos esperar y programar esto para otro día.
Yes. Are you saying yes?
¿Me está diciendo que sí?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Then we'll set this off for you and bring you back tomorrow so you have time to speak with your attorney.
Muy bien, entonces voy a programar esto para mañana para que usted tenga la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado.
No me aprueban una fianza.
Will you give me a bond?
Not until tomorrow if you want time to speak with your attorney. If you want to proceed provisionally before that, we can talk about that. But if you want time to speak to your attorney, it's going to happen tomorrow.
No, hasta mañana, si es que usted quiere hablar con su abogado. Si usted quiere proceder hoy, provisionalmente, usted podemos hablar de eso.
Hoy sí, ok.
Today, yes.
We want to proceed today. Do you want the public defender to be provisionally appointed to proceed today?
Para proceder hoy, ¿usted quiere que yo le asigne hoy la oficina del abogado de oficio?
Ok.
Okay.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender for today's hearing.
Le asignaré provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio para la audiencia de hoy.
And so did you have any objection to the waiver or the ROR on the one?
No.
All right, so on one of the 2 counts, those were the county ordinance counts, or were those the misdemeanor counts? On one of the counts of failure to obtain a department permit, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Where are we on the other 2?
On the other 2, we would ask for.
I'm going to find probable cause on the other 2.
We'd ask for $250 per count on the other 2 counts.
All right, and I'm going to set bond on each count at $250.
Muy bien, entonces lo que voy a hacer, yo voy a determinar que no hay motivo fundado en uno de los cargos de no haber obtenido el permiso. En los otros 2 cargos, en el segundo cargo, en los 2 cargos adicionales encuentro motivo fundado. La fianza va a ser de $250 por cargo.
Ok. Gracias.
Thank you.
1 minute, let me pull up one other. Where are we on immigration status on that?
Now, he may have an ICE hold, so
So
once
bring
he
him
bonds,
back. So we can-
Tráiganlo de nuevo al otro señor.
once he bonds out, then they'll contact us, and then I guess ICE will come get him if they want to.
You're gonna, the bond amounts have been set on this,
He's not back yet.
he's not back yet.
I don't see that he's booked in on anything ice. At least from the booking sheet from this morning at 12:06.
We don't have any ICE detainer on this one?
I don't see any ice on that.
All right. All right, then with no ICE detainer, then the bond amounts on the charges remain in place.
Yes.
Si es que no tiene una orden de retención para ICE, las cantidades de fianza permanecen como se las dije.
Okay.
Ok,
Thank you, yeah, you're excused.
gracias, ahora puede retirarse.
Next up, Agustin Alvarado.
Agustín Alvarado.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir. You are charged with one count of DUI, alcohol or drugs, and one count of blowing a .15 or higher with a person under 18 in the vehicle.
Señor, tiene usted dos cargos, uno de estar conduciendo bajo los efectos de drogas o de alcohol y un cargo de que estaba conduciendo con un nivel de alcohol de .15 o más elevado con una persona de menor de 18 años en el vehículo.
Would you like a public defender to be appointed on this case?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio en este caso?
Una pregunta. Yo estaba manejando solo en la troca. Yo no traía a nadie en mi
I
troca.
have a question. I was in my truck alone.
So, but just at this point, sir, I'm only asking if you would like to have a public defender appointed to represent you in this case.
Señor, ahora solo le estoy preguntando que si usted quiere que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente en este caso.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender.
Yo le asigno provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio.
Está bien.
That's fine.
I see probable cause on count 1. As to count 2, is that a second offense charge and not as to a second? Because I don't see anything about an occupant in the vehicle.
I think it's, if he blew over a .15, it's blowing over a .15 or somebody.
That was the clarity.
Yes.
All right, sir, the second charge is specifically to the amount you blew and not because you had another occupant in the vehicle.
Bueno, señor, el segundo cargo que tiene es que el nivel de alcohol fue más alto o el soplo fue más alto de .15. No porque tenía una persona en el vehículo.
Está bien.
That's fine.
It's a motion for civil contempt.
Just give us just one moment, sir.
Permítame un momento, señor.
This one's confusing.
Yeah. Just ask for to stay
She has some information on what we have. That's all I have.
Just reset it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a big thing to add on this case.
The state would ask for bonds of $1,000 on each count, and then we'd ask for pretrial release conditions of no driving without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or bars, and then random screens.
La fiscalía en este caso está pidiendo que le fijen una fianza de $1,000 por cargo y que se impongan también condiciones de libertad condicional, incluyendo que no conduzca si no tiene una licencia válida de manejo, también que se le prohíba ir a bares y que se le someta a pruebas de alcoholemia al azar.
I have nothing to add.
Está bien.
I'll find probable cause on those counts, impose a pretrial release with $1,000 bond as to each. There'd be no driving without a valid license, a curfew of 6 p.m., and a random breathalyzer test at your cost.
Voy a fijarle una fianza de $1,000 por cargo con condiciones de libertad condicional, incluyendo que usted no puede conducir si no tiene licencia válida. Tendrá usted un toque de queda que comenzará a las 7 de la tarde y será sujeto a pruebas de alcoholemia al azar a costo propio.
Ok.
Okay.
That the curfew will run until 6 a.m. the next morning. That's what 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Y el toque de queda será de las 6 de la tarde a las 6 de la mañana.
Está bien.
That's fine.
And no possession or consumption of alcohol at any time.
Además de no poseer o consumir alcohol.
Está bien.
That's fine. There anything else on this? Then you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Se puede retirar, señor.
Next up, Priska Lazaro.
Priska Lázaro.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with one count of no valid driver's license. Would you like to have the public defender appointed on this charge?
Señora, tiene usted un cargo de estar manejando sin licencia. ¿Usted quiere que le asigne un abogado en este cargo?
¿Puedo agarrar un abogado de afuera o no?
Can I hire my own lawyer?
You can choose to hire your own lawyer, or you can ask to have the public defender appointed and hire an attorney at another time.
Usted puede elegir contratar su abogado, pero usted puede pedirme que le asigne un abogado y ya después usted puede contratar un abogado.
Ok, está bien. Asígneme un abogado.
Okay, I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender on this case.
Le voy a asignar provisionalmente el abogado de oficio en este caso.
Ok.
I will find probable cause on the offense.
Yo encuentro que hay motivo fundado por este delito.
Yeah, the state would ask for a $250 bond. I don't know if she's gonna have an ICE hold or not, but for the new law violation, we would just ask for a $250 bond.
On the offense itself, we're going to impose a $250 bond, but where are we on the ICE hold status? It looks like you may be subject to an ICE detainer.
Entonces vamos a imponer una fianza de $250, pero parece ser que usted podría ser sujeta a retención por ICE.
Okay.
Okay.
That hold will remain in place and you'll remain in custody pending that.
Y esta retención permanece en pie y usted permanecerá en custodia.
Any other on this?
No, ma'am.
Very well. You're excused, ma'am.
Señora, ¿se puede retirar?
Next up, Kendry Mejia.
Henry Mejía.
Sir, you're charged with one count of possession of cannabis and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sí, señor, tiene usted un cargo de posesión de cannabis y un cargo de posesión de parafernalia para drogas.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio en estos cargos?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender.
Muy bien, le asignaré provisionalmente a la oficina del abogado de oficio.
I find probable cause as to both of the offenses. Anything to add on this case?
You know, the state would just ask for standard bonds of 1,000 per count. And then if he
En este caso, encuentro motivo fundado para los delitos. ¿Alguna cosa que se quiera añadir en esto? La fiscalía pide una fianza de $1,000 por cargo.
Claro, ok.
Oh, I have nothing, I'm sorry.
All right, pretrial release with a standard bond on each count of $1,000, curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and testing at your cost for urine and breath. No, do not possess or consume alcohol.
Bien, tendrá usted una fianza de $1,000 por cargo con condiciones de libertad condicional, incluyendo un toque de queda de entre las 6 de la tarde, 6 de la mañana, pruebas de alcoholemia y orina al azar a costo propio, y tiene usted prohibido consumir o poseer alcohol.
Ok. No, yo no consumo alcohol ni nada.
Well, I don't drink alcohol or anything.
Yo no bebo.
Any other on this? All right, you're excused, sir.
Señor, puede retirarse.
Jesús Mendoza.
Jesús Mendoza.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're charged with one count of no valid driver's license because you don't have a driver's license that has ever been issued.
Señor, tiene usted un cargo de no tener licencia válida de manejo, y eso es porque usted nunca ha tenido una licencia.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed on this charge?
¿Usted quiere un abogado de oficio asignado en este caso?
Sí.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender in this case.
Le asigno provisionalmente a la oficina del abogado en este caso.
I have found probable cause on this case. State any other information?
No, Your Honor, the state would just ask for a $250 bond at this point for the new law violation.
En este caso encuentro motivo fundado. Fiscalía y alguna otra información, no. La fiscalía está pidiendo una fianza de $250 en este caso.
That's fine.
All right, and this is an ICE detention as well, sir. I'm going to impose a $250 bond amount on the charge that you're facing. However, ICE has placed a hold on you, so you'll remain in custody pursuant to that.
Señor, voy a imponer una fianza de $250 en este cargo, pero usted está enfrentando retención para inmigración.
Any other matters on this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Señor, se puede retirar.
Next up, Brigido Ordonez.
Brígido Ordóñez.
Sí.
Yes.
Ordonez, okay. Sir, you're charged with no valid driver's license, one count.
Señor, ¿tiene usted un cargo de no tener licencia válida de manejo? ¿Un cargo?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
¿Quiere usted que le asigne un abogado de oficio en este cargo?
Mi familia estaba conectando un abogado hoy ahorita en la mañana.
My family was in the process this morning of hiring a lawyer.
All right, you have the option of setting this off for a day while you talk to an attorney if you would like to do that.
Muy bien, usted tiene la opción de programar esto para otro día para que usted pueda hablar con un abogado. ¿Usted quiere hacer eso?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
All right. Anything to add, Steve? This is also
We didn't address the item
tomorrow. All right. Very well, sir. This is going to be set off for 1 day. You'll have time to contact your counsel, and then we'll recall the case tomorrow.
Muy bien, señor. Esto se va volver a llamar mañana y usted va a tener entonces la oportunidad de comunicarse con su abogado y llamaremos este caso para entonces.
Gracias.
Thank you. Puede retirarse.
Esteban Ortiz.
No.
Esteban Ortiz.
At Sanderson Court Defender's Office. This is another case where he and the alleged victim, Shamsi Rivera, were both charged in the same incident with domestic battery on each other.
Este es otro de los casos cual él y la víctima, ambos, fueron arrestados según el mismo incidente. Ella se llama Shamsi Rivera y esto fue por violencia intrafamiliar.
I would ask for straight pretrial release for both of them since they're both charged in the same incident with domestic battery on each other. It was the exact same charge for both.
All right, sir, you're charged
Estoy pidiendo... Okay, Your Honor.
Please continue.
Estoy pidiendo libertad condicional para los dos, puestos que los dos fueron acusados en el mismo incidente de haber agredido uno al otro.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking.
Señor, tiene usted un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, de agresión física.
Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
¿Usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente por este cargo?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Le asigno provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Yes.
And the state would ask for a $2,500 bond with no contact and no weapons as conditions at this point, subject to modification later.
La fiscalía está pidiendo una fianza de $2,500 que tenga prohibido tener contacto y no armas y esas condiciones se pueden modificar después.
I would point out they both have the same address. I didn't know if one of them could live at the address in the interim.
Sí puedo añadir que los dos viven en la misma dirección, así que uno de ellos tendrá que mudarse.
Okay. I'm going to find probable cause on the offense and set a bond at $1,000. Pretrial release, stay 500 feet away from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol and no bars, and you can return to the location within 48 hours with law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Muy bien, voy a encontrar motivo fundado por el delito. Voy a fijar una fianza de $1,000. Tendrá también con las condiciones de libertad condicional, incluyendo que deberá permanecer alejado del lugar de los hechos a más de 500 pies, no armas de fuego, ni contacto con la víctima, ni alcohol, ni bares.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other matters? All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Puede retirarse, gracias, señor.
Dan Retamar.
Can you repeat that name?
Last name Retamar. R-E-T-A-M-A-R.
Thank you.
Dan Retamar?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir. Looks like you're here on 2 Osceola charges, failure or delivery of heroin and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Señor, está usted aquí por 2 órdenes de aprehensión del condado de Osceola uno por incomparecer por un cargo de entrega de heroína y por posesión de parafernalia para drogas.
There is a hold for Osceola County to come and pick you up on these charges.
Tiene usted una orden para que lo detengamos para que Osceola venga a buscarlo.
Any additional information on this?
No, ma'am, we can just bring him back, I guess, on the 28th if Osceola hasn't picked him up before then.
Sir, if Osceola hasn't picked you up and taken you to that county, then you will appear on May 28th for a hearing.
Muy bien, señor. Si usted para el 28 de agosto a usted no lo han venido a recoger de Osceola, entonces vamos a traerlo de nuevo al tribunal para una audiencia.
Until then, you will remain in custody.
Y por ahora usted queda detenido sin fianza.
Mira, le iba a decir algo. Yo
But I
llevo,
wanted to say something.
yo llevaba 23 años preso.
I was
Y
in custody. Espérese.
salí,
Don't tell me anything about the facts of your case, sir.
No me diga usted nada de estos cargos, señor.
ok.
Ok,
Okay, thank you. You're excused.
gracias. Puede retirarse.
Next up, Lilian Reyes.
Lilian Reyes.
Yes.
Ma'am, you're charged with no driver's license, never having had a driver's license.
Muy bien, señora. Tiene usted un cargo de no tener licencia válida de manejo y de nunca haber tenido licencia.
Sí.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente en este cargo?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Le asigno provisionalmente a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que la represente.
All right, I'll note that the charge has been upgraded by 1 degree due to the indication of being a suspected unauthorized alien.
En este cargo, el cargo ha sido incrementado un nivel dado al hecho que hay indicaciones que se sospecha que usted es extranjera sin documentación.
And I'll find probable cause on the charged offense.
Y encuentro motivo fundado en ese cargo.
State anything to add?
Yeah, the state would just ask for a $1,000 bond on the new law violation.
La fiscalía está pidiendo una fianza de $1,000.
Okay.
I have nothing to add.
On the charged offense, the bond will be set at $1,000.
En el cargo la fianza va a ser de $1,000.
However, there is a detainer placed on hold, placed on you by ICE.
Bien, y hay una orden de retención que ha sido puesta por ICE.
And will remain in custody on that basis.
Y permanecerá detenida.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused.
Gracias.
They're working on the elevator, so that's what it must have been.
Thank you.
Next up, Adriana Torres.
All right, Ms. Torres, you're charged with 1 count of retail theft in an amount of $750.
Señora Torres, tiene usted un cargo de hurto menor en cantidad de $750.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
¿Usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio para que la represente en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
Right. I'll provisionally appoint the public defender.
Le asignaré provisionalmente a la oficina del abogado de oficio.
Is this a hold from another county?
No.
Okay, I just see an indication of a purge.
It should not be a purge.
Okay. That's what I thought. Right. I'll find probable cause on this charge. State anything to add?
No, ma'am, we would just ask for the bond to remain at 5,000 at this point.
And I would just ask that it be clear that it's a $5,000 bond cash or surety and instead of a purge.
Okay, well, all right, the bond is going to be $5,000 and that'll be cash or surety, not purge amount. You have to remain 500 feet away from the event location. Any other?
Encuentro motivo fundado. La fianza va a ser de $5,000 en efectivo con garante. Tendrá usted prohibido acercarse al lugar de los hechos.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Gracias. Puede retirarse.
Last one for Spanish is going to be Carlos Torres.
Torres.
All right, sir, you're charged with 1 count of destroying or tampering or fabricating physical evidence, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence, and 1 count of possession of cannabis.
Señor, tiene usted un cargo de destruir, manipular o fabricar pruebas físicas, posesión de parafernalia para drogas, resistirse sin violencia a las autoridades y posesión de cannabis.
Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
¿Usted quiere que le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente por estos cargos?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on these charges.
Muy bien, le asignaré la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente en estos cargos.
Está bien.
That's fine. Anything to add on these charges?
No, ma'am.
Good, come back up, sir.
Regrese.
On the tampering, we would ask for a $5,000 bond, and no objection to the other bond staying the same.
PD?
That's fine.
All right. So I'm going to find probable cause on these offenses, and bond will be $5,000 on the tampering charge. Bond will remain at $1,000 on the possession of drug paraphernalia, the resisting an officer without violence, and the possession of cannabis offenses. If on pretrial release, you are to have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and you will be subject to random drug testing, urinalysis, and urinalysis with alcohol on a self-pay, and you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bar or lounge while you are on such release.
Muy bien, señor. Yo encuentro que hay motivo fundado por estos cargos. Tiene usted una fianza de $5,000 por el cargo de manipulación de pruebas. Tiene usted $1,000 en el cargo de posesión de parafernalia para drogas, posesión de cannabis y el cargo de resistirse a las autoridades sin violencia. Como condición de estas fianzas también tendrá usted condiciones de libertad condicional que incluyen un toque de queda de las 6 de la tarde a las 6 de la mañana. Usted será sujeto a pruebas al azar de alcohol, pruebas también de alcoholemia a costo propio. Tendrá prohibido usted consumir alcohol, entrar a bares o salones en este caso.
So, la fianza sería de $6,000.
So the bond would be $6,000.
$5,000, $1,000, $1,000, and $1,000.
La fianza es de $5,000, $1,000, $1,000 y $1,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other matters on this case?
¿Alguna otra cosa en este
Thank you,
caso?
sir. You're excused.
Gracias, señor. Puede retirarse.
Let me look at it.
Okay.
I don't believe the interpreter has any other cases, Your Honor. Can the interpreter be excused?
You may, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Too.
Starting now with the females. First one up is gonna be Anna Araujo.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery, touching, or striking. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
Yes, please.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender. I'll find probable cause on this offense. Any additional information?
No, ma'am. The state would ask for $5,000 bond and no weapons and no contact at this point.
Anything to add?
Just defer to the court.
All right. Ma'am, I find probable cause on the count. The bond will be $5,000. You are to remain 500 feet away from. What was this a home? Sorry.
It's the same home.
Is this a home or was this out? This is a residence. Okay. No weapons, no firearm, no contact with the victim, and no alcohol and no bars.
Okay. May I say something? He doesn't live here in Polk County. He works in Melbourne, which is like Osceola County. So is it okay if I stay at my house? Because he was just here to see the kids for the weekend.
I don't have any objection to her going back if he's not there.
Yeah, he doesn't. He works out of the county, so he stays out of the county.
All right. You can return to the location as long as the victim is not there.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Next up, Sandra Edwards.
Ma'am, you are charged with warrantless violation of probation on a felony petty theft with 2 or more convictions and a new offense of petty theft of merchandise. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
Thanks.
All violations of probation. Hang on, just 1 second.
One new charge, one violation.
That's what I thought. All right. Had to get to the right page. I will find probable cause on the new offense. State, anything to add?
The state would ask for, we'd ask for a $5,000 bond on the petty theft.
All right, ma'am, on the new offense, the bond amount is going to be $5,000, but because this is also a violation of probation, you will remain in custody on the violation. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up, Angelique Flores.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
you're charged with driving with a suspended license or revocation on second or subsequent violations, possession and use of a narcotic or paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and a false ID given to a law enforcement officer. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
And I believe she already has a regional counsel on a failure to appear case. But we could be appointed on the new charges.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally on the new offenses that you're charged with, ma'am. You may, this may ultimately go to your regional counsel who's appointed on your additional offenses.
Thank you.
I will find probable cause on this. on these offenses. State, anything to add?
No, ma'am. She's got the no bond on the FTA.
Right.
On the new charges, we would just ask for the standard bonds, which on the paraphernalia would be 1,000, on the meth, 5,000, and then on the false ID, 1,000.
All right, ma'am, you're going to remain on no bond status due to the failure to appear. And as to the new offenses, the possession of meth will be a $5,000 bond. The possession of narcotic paraphernalia and the false ID charges will both be $1,000 bonds. Any other information on this?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just note that in the failure to appear case that regional counsel represents her on, she's supposed to get a 5-day hearing on that. I would just ask that one be set.
Sure. Do you have a date on this?
Set for 5/28.
Okay, ma'am, your hearing as to the failure to appear is set for May 28th, and regional counsel represents you in that.
And what time is that at?
8:30.
At 8:30?
8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other matters?
No.
All right, thank you. Your excuse, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sue Fournier.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. As you probably recall, Ms. Fournier is the other part of the Danny Mills case. They're both arrested. He had a DV battery, I believe, with a prior conviction. And you said that he had to stay away from the location, so I would ask that you be able to stay at the location. I would just ask for either a straight pretrial release or a lower bond on this, since they're both charged in the same incident.
Okay. Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to have the public defender appointed?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender for you in this case.
I really can't afford a bond. Mr. Mills can, but I can't.
State, do you have anything to add on this one?
However, the state would ask for a $2,500 bond and then no weapons and no contact at this point.
I don't know if she has any prior record or anything. That obviously didn't have time to look that up this morning, but if she has no record at all, I would ask for a straight pretrial release or a much lower bond, but I don't know if she does or not.
Is this going on? Yeah. Give us just one moment, ma'am. You've got a fairly extensive criminal record, ma'am. And so based on that, I'm going to set the bond amount at $2,500 on this case. If you bond out, no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars, but the victim being away from the home should, I think, state any objection to her being the party that returns to the home together.
No objection.
All right, so you can return home as long as the victim is not there.
Thank you. So how much would I need to bond out?
The bond amount was set at $2,500.
It'd be $250 to bondsman plus collateral.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused.
Next up is Brandy Marine.
Aaron.
Ma'am, you're charged with violation of probation, damage and injury while driving with a license suspended, first offense. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
Yes, ma'am. And can you give me the quickest court date so I can go back to work?
Okay, I am going to provisionally appoint the public defender in this, on this charge.
Okay.
This is a violation of probation.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
see it.
The state would ask for it to remain at no bond. I don't know when it'll go back before, it'll go back to the division, so.
Anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
Her attorney can.
Ma'am,
ask
you'll
her.
remain on no bond status for the violation of probation and remain in custody. A hearing will be set within the division of your offense, and then you'll be able to take up your court date at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, Julia Halbeck.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of possession of methamphetamine and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you on these charges? I didn't hear anything. I think we're having a sound issue. Can we check that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will provisionally appoint the public defender on these charges. I find probable cause on both of them. State anything to add?
No, Your Honor, the state would have no objection to the standard bonds that are currently set.
That's fine.
All right, ma'am, on the possession of methamphetamine, I find probable cause and bond amount will be at $5,000. On the possession of drug paraphernalia, probable cause and bond amount at $1,000. You are to have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And subject to all testing at cost. No alcohol, no drugs.
Okay, understood.
Any other matters?
No.
You are
No.
excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Teresa Lanier.
Maria.
Okay, ma'am, you are charged with 1 count of trespassing on a property other than a structure or conveyance. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you in this case?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I will appoint the public defender provisionally on this case. One moment to pull up these. All right, I see probable cause. State anything to add on this?
No, ma'am.
It's just the $1,000 bond.
Yes, ma'am, the state would ask for this bond is currently set.
The bond will remain at $1,000 as currently set, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. You're excused. Thank you. Next case.
Next up is Caroline Martin.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of petty theft of merchandise with 2 or more prior convictions. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I find probable cause on this offense. State anything to add?
No, ma'am, we would just ask for the bond to remain as currently set.
That's fine.
All right, ma'am, the bond on that will remain at $5,000. Do not return to the event location.
Good, ma'am.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Next up is Dora Murray.
Did you say Dora Murray?
Marie.
Yes.
Murray? All right, ma'am, you are charged with warrantless BOP, attempting at fleeing and eluding high speed. Another actually 3 counts of violation of probation in this case. Would you like to have the public defender appointed on this, or is it PD already on this? I'd have to look it up. I'll provisionally appoint to the PD if not. It looks like these are all violation charges, so this will be, you'll remain in custody. Anything to add, State?
No, ma'am.
Anything? All right. You're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up is Shayla Nicole.
Ma'am, you're charged with violation of probation related to grand theft of $10,000 or more. Would you like to have the public defender appointed if one has not already been appointed for you?
Yes.
All right, I will provisionally appoint in that event. This also is a violation of probation, so you will remain in custody as well. Anything to add on this case by either party?
No, ma'am.
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next up, Bravo, Jonelis Pagan.
This appears to be a civil contempt pickup.
This is one, it looks like it was a return hearing from a child pickup order, and then she failed to appear at the hearing, so Judge Hill issued a writ of bodily attachment because she failed to appear. At this point, it's a civil matter. The state would ask for her to remain in custody. I think Judge Hill's injunction day is Wednesday, so I don't know if we could bring her back Wednesday in front of Judge Hill at 8:45 with injunction court so that she can address the pickup order. Judge Hill does have some family law cases set for Tuesday, but I don't know that they would be able to transport her for that, but I think they could transport her on the injunction day, which I think is Wednesday from the way I read the calendar.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a failure to appear in terms of a family law matter and a writ of bodily attachment that issued from that. This is an appointment.
No, we don't get appointed on this. Civil.
I don't see a purge amount set on this.
I don't think there's a purge amount because it wasn't for child support. It was, she didn't appear at a hearing, a return hearing from a child pickup order.
All right. So, ma'am, you'll remain in custody until Wednesday at 8:45. Is that when Judge Hill's hearings are set?
I'm not sure. I think that's what the calendar has.
Okay.
Is 8:45.
Wednesday at 8:45, you'll be called to appear before Judge Hill, who will take up the case, the remainder of this case. You're excused, ma'am.
Go right in there. Wait right in there.
Next up is Lori Ask.
Ma'am, you are charged with 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia and 1 count of possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. It looks like there's another open case. Do we already have we may already have an appointment on that.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe that she bonded or was on pretrial release for that. It's just a notice to appear, so this is not a Parker situation.
State.
Yes, ma'am, it's a notice to appear, so it would not fall under Parker, so we would just ask for the bond on the new charges to be set at $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to find probable cause as to both charges, and as to the possession of meth, your bond amount will be $5,000. Possession of paraphernalia, your bond amount will be $1,000. Additionally, your curfew will be from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and you will be subject to all the drug and alcohol tests at cost on pretrial release. Any additional matters?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're excused, ma'am.
Next up's gonna be Shamsi Rivera.
Sandra Smith, Let Defender's Office. This other half of the case, we had, I don't know if we've called him yet or not, but his name is, we did, Stevan Ortiz Villanueva. They're both charged with misdemeanor DV battery charges against each other, same address. I always ask for straight pretrial release on these type of cases. I'm trying to see what you did on him. I think he had $1,000 bond with pretrial release, and I think he had one time to go back to the house to get stuff.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery with touching or striking. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on this charge?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. State anything to add?
The state would ask for a $1,000 bond and then no weapons and no contact at this point.
All right, but return to the home.
Yes, ma'am, if he's not, because I think you gave him the one time to go back and get his
That's
stuff.
what I recall as
Yes.
well. All right, ma'am, the bond amount, I'm gonna find probable cause, and the bond amount is gonna be set at $1,000. You can return to the home as long as the victim is not present. He's been given one opportunity to return to collect belongings, but other than that, he won't return to the home. That will be no weapons, no firearms, no contact with the victim, and no alcohol and no bars.
May I make a comment? So I do have a firearm in my safe in my home. Where am I supposed to turn it in?
I think if she's got somebody that she can give that to and while the case is pending, that is usually what we do.
You'll have to either allow somebody to take custody of that, or talk to your public defender beyond that information.
Okay, and another question. We both are on the lease, so for us to break the lease, what are we supposed to do?
I don't understand what you just said. You're going to have to repeat the question, but in terms of the facts of the case, don't.
No, it's not a case. It's that me and him are both on a lease for the apartment that we have. So what are we supposed to do in order to break that lease?
That has nothing to do with these charges, ma'am. He just can't be at the location.
Okay.
All right. No other matters. You're excused. Thank you.
Andy Rodriguez.
24 hours to see if there's any.
She can go to her residence as long as the victim's not there. Yeah, she can. So she.
Next up is Andy Rodriguez.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of possession of methamphetamine, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count of possession of cannabis, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender on these charges. Give me 1 moment to pull up these documents. All right, I find probable cause on these charges. State anything to add?
No, ma'am, this state would just ask for the bonds to remain as currently set.
That's fine.
All right, ma'am, I find probable cause as to all 4 counts on this. On the possession of methamphetamine, the bond will be $5,000. On the possession of drug paraphernalia, the bond will be $1,000. Possession of cannabis, $1,000, and tampering with physical evidence, $5,000. You are to have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. On anytime you're on pretrial release, and subject to all types of drug testing and alcohol testing at cost. No alcohol or bars during your release.
Can I say something, please?
Not about your facts of your case, but go ahead.
Just about the probable cause for the tampering with the evidence. Can I state at all what happened at all?
I've appointed the public defender to represent you, so you need to take that up with the public defender, ma'am.
And is there any way, I mean, I've got a 10-year-old little girl at home. Is there any way, I mean, we don't have a lot of money. Is there any way a bond can be lowered at all? I mean,
not at this time. You'll have to take that up with counsel.
Okay, thank you.
You're excused.
Female is Tiffany Wallace.
Same as the Public Defender's Office. I do have a probable cause challenge on, let's just say, both charges for now.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with aggravated stalking following, harassing, or cyber stalking after an injunction and violation of the injunction for protection against domestic violence. I don't know if you already have a public defender appointed on any of these, but to the extent that you do not, would you like to have a public defender appointed as to this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender.
Your Honor, the state would ask for 24 hours. I think the primary challenge is on the ag stalking because there's only one incident alleged in the affidavit. So the state would ask for 24 hours to see if there's any other information about any other, to show the repeatedly.
So this is as to the new charge, stalking, not to the injunction.
Well, she's got two charges. The problem is they're kind of related. If the state actually has more information by tomorrow that she did this more than one time, then there would be probable cause for the ag stalking injunction charge. If there isn't information that she did this more than one time, she's just close to their mailbox on one time, then there would just be probable cause for the violation of injunction. So I think they kind of both need to come back tomorrow because they're kind of one subsumed in the other depending on which one there's probable cause for.
All right. Ma'am, we're going to recall this case in 24 hours, and you're going to remain in custody pending that hearing tomorrow.
Okay, can I say there was written permission also from?
No facts about the case, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm apologize, but I'm gonna need like a 5-minute break at some point.
Where are we numbers wise?
You have 19 left.
I'm
gonna do like a 10-minute.
Five minutes.
Five's okay. All right, we'll take a 5-minute convenience break and then we'll return.
I'll let them know.
Thanks. No big deal.
Ready?
We are ready to resume.
First one is gonna be Christopher Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence and 1 count of domestic battery on a person over 65. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. I'm going to find probable cause on these offenses. State anything to add?
We would just ask for a $5,000 bond on the domestic battery and then no weapons and no contact list conditions.
Any objection?
That's standard for the court.
All right, sir, I will find probable cause on the domestic violence and impose a bond of $5,000. You are to have no contact with the victim, stay 500 feet away from the event location, no weapons, no firearms, no alcohol, no bars. $1,000 bond on the resisting.
You know, they do have the same address, I believe, so I would just ask for one time for him to go back with law enforcement within 48 hours of his release from jail to get his personal belongings.
Very well. Sir, you may return to the location once within 48 hours accompanied by law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Next up, Christopher Allen.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count of possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender on these charges. I find probable cause as to all 3 of the counts. I see we have a habeas on this. Let me double check. Can you pull up the habeas? That's all you have? I have a habeas note. Give me 1 moment. Right, Christopher Allen. Christopher Allen. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. This is what we have. Okay. All right. I must have just written that on the wrong line. Anything else to add, State?
No, ma'am, I don't have any objection to standard bonds. He has a pretty significant history, but I don't see anything open right now.
All right. Anything to add?
No.
All right, sir, having found probable cause on all 3 of the counts as to tampering with physical evidence as well as possession of methamphetamine, I will impose a $5,000 bond. Possession of drug paraphernalia, $1,000 bond. You are to have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., subject to all testing at cost and as a condition of pretrial release, and also no alcohol, no drugs. Any additional information?
No.
Then you're excused, sir.
Next up is Norman Favors.
Senator Fletcher's office. I just want to bring the court's attention that even though the case says no bond on counts 1, 5, and 6, or 1, 3, and 4, which that's incorrect. What happens is the state attorney's office, there should be I just looked at it and spoke with Ms. Lauren about it just a couple minutes ago. There should be an issue capias by the state, and it says on it, no bond until first appearance on those 3 counts. But when the clerk or whoever makes this capias, they don't bring the until first appearance part of it onto the capias. They leave that off, and they said, my understanding is they can't put it on this for some reason. But these are all, should be no bond until first appearance capias. It should have been not just no bond, because they are secondary felonies, and he is entitled to bond on all charges. As a direct information that was filed, so I don't know if we're pointed or not yet, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that you should get bonds on everything.
Thank you. Sir, you are charged with artifice to defraud a financial institution, grand theft over $10,000, less than $20,000, fraud of greater than $5,000 or more on more than 10 individuals, fraud of 2 counts of that, and then 2 counts of uttering a forged instrument. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. State anything to add on the capias or anything else?
No, ma'am. On the first count, the state would ask for a $15,000 bond. Counts 3, 4. Counts 3 and 4. There was 3 and 4 also second-degree felonies, so we would ask $15,000 on each of those counts. And then for the other bonds to stay the same.
I'm sorry. I would ask for $10,000 bonds on the secondary felony.
Criminal history. All right, based on your, I'm going to find probable cause on these offenses. Based on your criminal history and additional information, we'll set bond on the 3 second-degree felonies at $15,000. That would be artifice to defraud, as well as fraud of more than 10 individuals, greater than $5,000, 2 counts. Both of those will be $15,000 bonds. The remaining will be $5,000 bonds, which is grand theft over $10,000, less than 20. And 2 counts of uttering a forged instrument. No contact with the victims. Any
Yes,
other?
ma'am.
Not at this point.
All right, you are excused, sir. Did you?
Ma'am, I have a question. So, do I have a bond?
Yes, you have bonded.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What was your question?
Did you want on the council?
Do you all have 2 drug offenses on that one? We may bring him back. He's not.
I'm right here.
I think he's only here, or at least on the first appearance list, they only have him here on the direct information, so I don't know if he got new charges that maybe he's not booked in on yet.
Yeah, the booking sheet I have is dated May 23rd at 2:14 this morning, and it just has these charges, these 6 charges of the direct information filed. It doesn't have any other charges.
We were sent an amended list.
Do you need a minute?
I mean, he has to be booked in on them for us to be able to go
Yeah, I
forward.
guess if they can get him booked in, there's another affidavit for codeine and paraphernalia.
Yeah.
This was
That I don't-
we were sent
Does
this.
it show who's booked in on it?
Did they go back in and book him in on those?
Oh no, I was with a second party. That was his charges.
Long and shaders.
They're on the booking sheet. I definitely see them.
Okay.
booked them in on.
If they've got him booked in on them, then I think we can go ahead, because it's at the end of the paperwork.
I don't even have that affidavit.
We need to set this off for 24 hours on.
Yeah, well, we get, I mean, he's either booked in them or he's not, but he could come back tomorrow, unless he bonds out and everything on the other drug charges.
If he's booked in, I would just ask for, the possession of codeine is an F3, and so we'd ask for 5,000 on that, and then the paraphernalia is an M1, so we'd ask for 1,000 on that. They've got it booked in on it.
Ms. Smith, I just forwarded to you the email.
Okay.
One moment, sir, while we look at the additional paperwork.
Okay.
way down here, okay. Let's see. That's 640. Oh, I see. Being in para, has he already been here for the other stuff? The failure to appear stuff?
I think he's probably worked on
22nd. Let me look at the affidavit.
That's from, yeah, this is from the 22nd, so I don't know if he's already, because he's got the,
I don't have an affidavit. Let me see if I can find an affidavit for this.
yeah, there's an FTA KPS 2 on robbery, grand theft, and criminal mischief, but I don't know, and that's shown on the booking sheet, but I don't know if he's already been the first appearance on
I've
that.
just found a coding and para.
Do you have any recommended first appearance on those?
Those are no bond. It's a no bond KPS on those three.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Let me test it. There's cannabis.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
I just, okay. I just finally saw the police report. I didn't have this information earlier. It looks like he has been booked in on these two charges. I'm not clear on the failure to appear stuff, if he's already been to court on that or not.
It's showing the arrest date is the same for all charges.
You can just
And
bring
we
it
don't
back.
have an order.
All right, so
Bring it
we're
back
going to
tomorrow.
bring you back tomorrow,
To get
sir,
everything
because we
all
need to
together.
clarify the record on these failures to appear. So you'll remain in custody until that time.
All right.
Thank you.
Do you want to bring him back just on these two charges?
You can leave.
He's got the
them
FTA
on.
KPS
Yeah, we're
too,
going to, the
so we
two
just need to make
charges
sure
as
that
well as the
everything's on
FTAs.
Next up is Christopher Baldassaro.
Sandra Smith, Flight Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of his 2 third-degree felony charges. And I believe he also has an FTA case that it should have a $1,000 bond on it. It says no bond on the docket, but the KPS is 1,000. I have no objection to the trespass charge being announced.
All right, so you're charged with failure to appear for arraignment on trespassing on property other than a structure, as well as 2 other additional offenses. Would you like to have a public defender appointed on these charges?
Okay, were you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I said you are charged with failure to appear for arraignment on the offense of trespassing on property of another, and 2 additional charges, which have been, the reading of which have been waived. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, please.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
Go a different way.
All right, I'm going to find probable cause on the offenses. State.
We'd ask for 10,000 per count, given the nature of the violations, and then the trespass,
Trespass?
that's the FTA KPS.
Sanderson Flight Defender's Office, I'll ask for $5,000, which is presumptive or standard bond for a third-degree felony. It looks like the judge signed the warrant, also wanted some pretrial release conditions. I would note the failure to appear for arraignment does have a $1,000 KPS on the KPS. For some reason, when they put it on the docket, they changed it to no bond, but I would just ask you to get that back.
The state would have no objection to the $1,000 bond on the trespass. We'll show it to the cases.
Then I will set bond at $10,000 each on the 2 third-degree felonies that have been waived reading, and impose all of the conditions that are subject to compliance with that as well. And I will, I see that your trespass failure to appear has a capious amount of $1,000, which will remain in place pending the hearing on that. Any additional information on this?
No.
Then you're excused, sir.
Next up, Christopher Cortez.
Skip Sedano.
Sedano.
Sir, you're charged with failure to appear, an arraignment on trespassing on property other than a structure, and domestic violence battery with touching. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
Yes, ma'am. And for them FTAs though, I had moved current addresses, so the address that was given was not mine.
Don't talk to me about the facts of your case, sir.
That has an ROR capious on it anyway, so that's really not his
Okay.
problem.
The FTA's ROR.
That's what I saw when I looked at it earlier.
All right. State, anything to add?
No, ma'am.
All right, then,
Cortez.
I'll find probable cause on the offenses. You are subject to an ROR capious on the failure to appear. It would be resolved at the hearing set on that. As to the domestic violence,
The state would ask for a $5,000 bond on that one with no weapons and no contact as conditions.
anything to add? Bond set at $5,000, no weapons, no contact, no firearms, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no bars. Any additional information?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're
Yes, Your
excused.
Honor, I apologize. I think they have the same address for the DV battery, so I'd ask for one time with law enforcement to get his stuff out of the house.
All right, you have one time that you can return to the property within 48 hours with law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up, Charles Davis.
Can you repeat that name?
Charles Davis.
Davis. All right, sir, you are charged with possession or display of a canceled or revoked or suspended driver's license, unregistered, failure to register a motor vehicle, and driving with the license suspended or revoked. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. I find probable cause on these offenses. Anything to add?
I would just ask that the $250 bonds remain intact and not any additional conditions or anything like that added to these charges.
All right, the bond on each offense will be $250 as to each charge. Anything else on this case? You're excused, sir.
Next up is Jalen Edgel.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence, 2 counts. Battery on a law enforcement officer, 1 count. Simple assault and threat to do violence, 1 count. And bribery of or by a public servant, 1 count. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the public defender. We had 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence on this. Is that correct?
A different incident.
Two different incidents.
Yeah, one incident has resistance, the other one has the other four.
Okay. Upon review, I will find probable cause on the offenses. Anything to add?
No, ma'am, the state would just ask for $1,000 bond on the two resisting without, 5,000 on the bat Leo, 1,000 on the assault, and then 5,000 on the robbery. Let me see if he's got anything open.
No criminal history. All right, having found probable cause on these offenses, the 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence will be $1,000 bond, battery on a law enforcement officer, $5,000 bond, simple assault, $1,000 bond, and the bribery charge, $5,000 bond. Any other additional information? You are excused, sir.
Next up, Paul Golden.
Sir, you're charged with violation of probation on a felony battery. To the extent that you may not have public defender appointed, would you like public defender to be appointed for the purposes of today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint to the public defender. You are subject to a no bond hold on the violation of probation. Any additional information on this one?
No.
All right, you are excused, sir.
Next up is Brandon Jacobo.
Good afternoon.
What was that last name, sir?
Jacobo.
JAC. All right, I found you. All right, sir. You are charged with a violation of probation for carrying a concealed firearm, driving while license suspended or revoked, warrantless violation of probation, 2 counts of drug sale and manufacture or delivery. To the extent that you do not already have a public defender, would you like one to be appointed on these charges?
I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat it all over again, please?
Yes, sir, you are charged with, you're alleged to have violated your probation for the offenses of carrying a concealed firearm, for offenses related to drug sale, manufacture, or delivery, 2 counts, and then there is a new offense of driving with a license suspended or revoked. Would you like to have the public defender appointed?
Yes, please. When you,
I will provisionally appoint the public defender.
okay.
Additional information on this?
Or the state would just ask for a $250 bond on the new driving on suspended license, and then we'd ask for the VOPs to remain at no bond at this point.
And Sanderson Public Defender's Office will point out that these are interstate, he's on interstate probation from another state, I don't know what state, Department of Corrections. Well, he knows, but he's being supervised by Bartow, so it's considered, we can be appointed to these cases, but it's considered a fugitive case. I just want to make sure it gets on the fugitive docket, which usually comes a lot quicker, or it comes sooner than the regular VOP docket.
Understood, but you're appointed on the new.
We can be appointed.
Offense,
We can be appointed on both of them.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure it's shown to be a fugitive case.
All right, sir, bond will be set on the new offense of driving with license suspended or revoked at $250. As to all allegations of violation of probation, you will remain in custody pending those hearings, and you have the fugitive status worked. All right, then, any other matter?
Yeah.
You're excused.
Excuse me, I have a question. So I'm being held under a probation violation. So who would I be waiting for? Pennsylvania to reach out? What comes next?
Yes, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And you guys, like, when is my next court hearing? Do I just, like, what's next for me?
You should have an early fugitive hearing. I don't know what the date is, but it shouldn't be out like a whole month like a regular BOP case would be. It should be like next week or the week after at the very earliest.
Okay.
June
And is
1st will be the hearing.
June 1st? Okay.
Okay, and another question is, would Pennsylvania still be able to grant me a bond hearing here?
You'd have to talk to your attorney that's appointed on that case before the June 1st court date. They'll come to see you.
The public defender here in.
Yes, they represent you on the extradition charge.
Okay, so as of right now, you guys have no contact with Pennsylvania still, right?
That's all the information we have, sir, for this hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You're excused.
Next up, Gerald Johnson.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of camping on public property, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a smoking device, and 1 count of possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I will find probable cause on these charges. Anything to add?
No, ma'am, the state would have no objection to the bond as currently set.
All right, sir, that is a $250 bond on the camping on public property, a $1,000 bond on the possession of drug paraphernalia, and $5,000 bond on the possession of methamphetamines. As a condition of pretrial release, you're subject to mandatory testing of all types at cost and a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Any other matters?
No, ma'am.
Then you're excused.
Next up is, it's gonna be, Thomas Lindenberry. He was combative. We can bring him back tomorrow.
All right. We'll bring Mr. Lindenberry back tomorrow. Next case.
David Maldonado.
Mr. Maldonado, I have you here today on 3 affidavits of violation of probation related to resisting and obstructing an officer without violence, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of amphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to the extent that one isn't already appointed?
I have one. Can I ask a question? Oh, never mind.
He's a private attorney.
Oh, you already have private counsel, sir? Is private counsel here today?
No, ma'am. No
All
judge.
right. Sir, you are going to remain in custody on the violation. You all want to set this off for tomorrow. If you would like to speak to your attorney before we conclude this, we can set this off for 24 hours and call it back up tomorrow. Or you can waive counsel for today and we can conclude this portion of the hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge.
Whichever you prefer, sir. Tomorrow or today?
I continue.
You want to continue? All right. Would you like the public defender to be provisionally appointed just for today's hearing?
I apologize, we can't be appointed on, even provisionally, if he already has an attorney on this.
All right. Sir, if you waive continuation of counsel for today, knowingly, then we will, you're remanded into custody and will remain in custody pending the outcome of your violation of probations.
I believe he's got Gary Blankenship representing him. Is that right, Gary Blankenship?
That is correct. Yep.
I mean, if he wants Mr. Blankenship to come tomorrow, it could be continued, but that's all that could be done, I mean, other than.
So we can continue tomorrow if you want to speak to your attorney first. Otherwise, you're going to be remanded into custody until your violation hearings.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know. Yes. I'm
All right,
sorry.
well, we're going to continue this for 24 hours so that you can speak to your attorney. David Maldonado.
Next up is Antoine Oquendo.
All right, sir, you are charged with domestic violence, battery, touching, or striking, 1 count, domestic violence, battery by strangulation, 1 count, and criminal mischief with property damage between $200 and $1,000, 1 count. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you in, as to these charges?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the public defender. On review, I will find probable cause. Anything to add on any of these?
How much will be my bond?
We're getting there, sir.
Alright.
And they do have the same address, so I would ask for one time with law enforcement to get his stuff.
What's his last name again? I'm sorry.
It's
Oquendo?
Oquendo, Oquendo.
The state would ask for 5,000 on each of the EV battery counts, and then we'd ask for no contact in the weapons with no objection with the return to get his stuff with law enforcement.
All right, sir, as I'm going to find probable cause on all 3 counts. As to criminal mischief, the bond is set at $1,000. As to each of the domestic violence battery counts, bond is set at $5,000. You'd have no contact with the victim, and you are to remain 500 feet away from the event location, and no weapons and no firearms, no alcohol and no bars. You may return to your location once within 48 hours with the accompanied by law enforcement so that you can obtain your belongings. All right. Any additional information?
No.
You're excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next up, Hector Perez.
Sir, this is a violation of probation, burglary of a structure.
Burglary of a structure?
That was your original probation offense.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I got scared. I thought it was a new charge. No.
Do you have counsel on that?
I don't. I'm on probation for that right now, ma'am.
Okay, to the extent that you don't have counsel,
Can I have a police defender, please?
I will provisionally appoint. Anything to add, state on this violation?
No, ma'am, we would just ask her to remain in a bond at this point.
All right, sir, you're going to remain in custody on the violation of probation pending the hearing on that charge.
I have a question, ma'am. The charge is out of county. It's on Osceola County, right? Are they gonna pick me up? Because they already picked me up. I did 3 days here, and then I went to Osceola. I went to Osceola, and I bonded out in Osceola, ma'am.
Give us 1 moment.
And also, the victim is putting an affidavit for non-prosecution. So what happens if the charges get dropped? Will I go back on probation, ma'am?
Those will be questions that you need to take up with your public defender.
Looks like the warrant's from Judge Harb's division. I thought it was a Polk County case.
This is a Polk County case, sir, not an Osceola case.
Oh, okay,
You're going to remain in custody for Polk on this case pending a hearing.
So this hearing is just for the violation of probation, right?
Yes.
May I know why I violated, please? Is it a technical? Is it a new charge? What is it?
You'll have to take that up with your counsel before the next hearing.
I don't have a next hearing yet, ma'am.
Do we have a date on that?
That's going to be
June 16th.
June 16th.
June 16th.
All right. Any other information on this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're excused, sir.
Thanks.
Up is Paul Strand.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia and 1 count of possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you as to these charges?
Yes.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you on these charges. Upon review, I find probable cause that you committed these offenses. Anything to add?
No, ma'am, the state would have no objection to the bonds remaining as currently set.
All right. Same?
Just presumptive bonds.
All right, $1,000 bond, sir, on the possession of drug paraphernalia, and $5,000 bond on the possession of methamphetamine. Additionally, you're going to be subject to a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And mandatory drug testing at cost as to all things while you're on any form of pretrial release.
All right,
You're excused. Thank you.
thank you. Next up is gonna be Nathaniel Toothman. He was being combative, and we can bring him back tomorrow.
All right, we'll bring back Mr. Toothman tomorrow.
Next up is Joshua Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez, you are charged with a new offense of no valid driver's license, and you are also alleged to have committed 2 violations of probation, burglary of an unoccupied structure, and conspiracy on those underlying offenses. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you as to the new charge or the other, any portion that you don't have counsel on, as to the
Yes.
DOPs? I will
Yes.
provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Any additional information on this case?
And we would just ask for a $250 bond on the no valid, and then we'd ask for the VOPs to remain at no bond at this point.
And Sanderson Public Defender's Office, just want to make sure this is notated, this is a fugitive case. The VOP is actually an interstate probation. He's supervised in Bartow. Of course, we can be appointed to this, but he would need a fugitive court date on this as opposed to a VOP court date.
Very well, thank you, sir. I'm going to find probable cause on the law violation and set bond at $250 as to that count. As to the affidavit's violation of probation, you are to remain in custody pending the hearings on those cases, which is a fugitive violation, which is what date? June 1st will be the hearing date as to those.
Okay,
Any additional information? All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
Next up, Nicolas Villegas.
Sir, you're charged with failing to register a motor vehicle. Would you like to have a public defender appointed to represent you as to this charge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. It looks like we have an open bond on another case. In this case,
Yes, ma'am. It looks like it's CF 263382. This, if the court finds probable cause on the new law violation, the state would ask for his bond and pretrial release to be revoked on the open felony case.
Defense would ask Sanderson Public Defender's Office, court uses its discretion and not Parker him. This is a different type of charge, and the charge that he's violating with is a secondary misdemeanor, failing to register a vehicle. So I would just ask the court use its discretion and not Parker him in this particular matter.
Thank you.
sir, I am going to find probable cause on the new law violation and subject to the KPS in the other case, you're going to remain at no bond status based on Parker until, the next hearing at least, depending on what.
It's 2 separate cases though, so once, they don't even make
It
sense.
doesn't matter, sir. That's where we are on this
You know
case. Any additional information?
What was the bond on the new charge?
The new charge was $250.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like his next court date on the felony case is June 26th, so his counsel can always file something to get it before then.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you, State, for trying to help me.
Billy Webb. Next up is Billy Webb.
Sir, you are charged with deriving support from proceeds of prostitution and tampering with a witness. Would you like to have the public defender appointed to represent you as to these charges?
And they're violations.
Yep.
Both of these are violations of probation, sir. So I will provisionally appoint the Office of Public Defender. Is there any information to provide us to those violations, ma'am?
No, ma'am, we would just ask for him to remain at no bond at this point.
All right, right, sir, you're gonna remain in the no bond status until the hearings on those violations.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Next up, David Wise.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, 1 count of possession of drug equipment or paraphernalia, and 1 count of possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have the public defender's office appointed to represent you as to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender on these charges. In regards to these charges, I find that there's probable cause. Is there any additional information that the parties would like to present?
You know, the state would just ask for the bonds to remain as currently set.
Sir, having found probable cause as to the tampering with physical evidence and the possession of methamphetamine, the bond amount on each of those will be $5,000. The possession of drug paraphernalia bond amount will be $1,000. You would be subject to a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And mandatory testing on pretrial release at cost. No alcohol, no drugs. You're excused, sir.
Last one, Jonathan Wood.
Mr. Wood, you are charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count, and possession of methamphetamine, 1 count. Would you like to have the office of the public defender appointed to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will provisionally appoint the office of the public defender as to these charges. A moment to pull up the documents. I find probable cause as to both of these charges. Any additional information from either party?
No,
All right.
we just asked the bonds to remain the same.
Sir, having found probable cause, the drug paraphernalia count bond will be set at $1,000. The possession of methamphetamine count will be set at $5,000. You are subject to a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and mandatory testing at cost. No drugs, no alcohol. All this.
Okay. What is my court date or next court date?
June 23rd will be your next court date.
Okay. Is that when I will be getting out?
You'll have to discuss that with your appointed counsel, sir.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is.
You're excused.
We skipped 3 people.
Hey, Rodriguez, hold on.
We skipped 3 people that I'm aware of. I don't know if anybody got more names than what I got. The first one we skipped was Cedeno, C-E-D-E-N-O, first name Angel.
When I called, they said that person had been released. They didn't tell me how.
Did he bond?
I'm not sure. Maybe bond.
Well, if he didn't bond, he would need to come back tomorrow for first appearances. That's why I'm asking about these people.
He doesn't have no location. When I called, they said that he was released.
Oh, so he was released, so
Same with the other one, William.
the lot,
William was the third.
I think was still bookend because he was SBC on the list.
okay, so if Lot was still in booking, then he needs to be reset for tomorrow, because he didn't get his first appearance today.
But Williams was released.
And Williams was released.
Get to Lot.
Okay, in transit, so I guess,
He must not have made it on
All right.
time, or he was in transit
So
south.
what?
All right, Kenny Lot will be reset for tomorrow.
okay.
All right, thank you all for this morning's docket, and I will see everyone again tomorrow.
Actually, Grayson Sheriff will be here for us tomorrow. I'll be back Monday though.
I'm sorry, who's here tomorrow?
Grayson Sheriff, he's one of the new ones. I sent him a long email with all the bringbacks, and I gave him my cell phone number, so.
See, when I'm here, I can just defer to her, but now tomorrow, I'm gonna have to